Chapter 2302. The next day, in the city lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's city Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the city lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the city lord's mansion's servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the city lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The city lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Xianxia followed the Thousand Leaves sects group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yin and Xianning Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and the others. Xianxia blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Xianxia didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sects group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the city lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." "Wizard Ma, let go." Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come, Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this?" Du Xian glanced at him and said, "So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart?" The wizard Ma muttered, "I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose." Yi Jinghan said, "This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here." Du Xian snorted coldly. "Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future." The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, "Someone has been watching you ever since you came in." "Who is it?" Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me." Du Xian chuckled. "If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm?" Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, "You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others." Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted. "That bastard actually sent someone over." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. "What's this brat trying to do?" Yi Jinghan snorted, "Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer." As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists, "Sorry for disturbing you." Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, "Senior Li, you're too polite." He paused for a moment before asking, "May I know why Senior Li has come here?" The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, "I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over." Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, "Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time." The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, "Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over." As he spoke, he pointed at Xianxia. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red, and she asked awkwardly, "Invite him over for what?" Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, "My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over." Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Xianxia. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Xianxia had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Xianxia was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot, and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Xianxia turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched, and her face became even redder. Xianxia acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good, and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Xianxia's background, and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this seniorly is looking for you." "Where did this seniorly come from?" Xianxia asked. "What seniorly?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man, surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time, and Xianxia had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him, grinning. "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiuyu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Xianxia refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Xianxia in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old man Li also did not expect Xianxia to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again." Xianxia chuckled and interrupted him. "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Xianxia continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" "Pooh!" Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "You?" Old Man Li flew into a rage. Xianxia snorted. "Stop with the you and me. If Qiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me. not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Xianxia a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Xianxia a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Xianxia with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Xianxia shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Xianxia, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Xianxia didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Xianxia had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they would do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Xianxia, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Qiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Qiu Yu raised his head and looked in Xianxia's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Xianxia was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Qiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Qiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Qiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Qiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Xianxia. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Qiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Xianxia's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Xianxia a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Qiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Xianxia and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Xianxia didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Qiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination. Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death chi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Qiu Yu sneered. Today is the city lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune? It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Kai curled his lips. Qiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it? Quickly pack up your things and get out of here. Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Qiu Yu disdainfully. Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter? Qiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question. What is it? Qiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jing Han, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Qiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, You didn't go back? Brother Qiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice? Qiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Qiu Yu. That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday. Are you sure about this? Qiu Yu nodded and said, I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her. Yang Kai said with a smile, The city lord's master doesn't know about this, does he? Qiu Yu said, If the city lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The city lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Qiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Qiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Qiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Qiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Qiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Qiu Yu's expression changed, and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Qiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Qiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Qiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Qiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Qiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu, can you help us change seats? Qiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Qiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then, where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Qiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, Do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Qiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, Brother Qiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter. Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Xiao Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Xiao Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Xiao Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, So what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough! Xiao Yu's face turned cold, and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, You're threatening me, am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Xiao, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Xiao Yu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person. Yang Kai said with a smile, Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Xiao Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Xiao Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something, and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What'd you tell Xiao Yu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves Sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Xiao Yu. After all, Xiao Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Qiu and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City. But at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The City Lord's master has arrived." As soon as this shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down, and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see. The City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The Master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's Master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family." Guests from all around congratulated him, with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. "Is that Luo Jin?" Yang opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank, and she nodded. "That's him." The corners of Yang mouth twitched. If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Yang had seen the City Lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak, and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. "Whose girl is this? She must be blind." The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. "Shut up. Be careful of your words." Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, "It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him." The wizard Ma snorted. "It's because he has done so many bad things like bullying men and taking women that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end." "You're still talking." The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore." The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, "The auspicious time has arrived." In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. "Drop the sedan chair," someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then a white and soft came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, A large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Xianxia also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Xianxia observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 23:05. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Xianxia and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. As those words rang out, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly. "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents, cultivator, immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. This young miss." The cultivator from the city lord's mansion, who was rushing towards the woman, was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. "Binger." Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Xiaoyu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." "Binger." Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, "Binger, go and rest. You're probably too tired." He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. "Father, promise me," Luo Bing begged. "Impudent!" Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. "It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission." "Father," Luo Bing cried, "I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go." Hiss, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. "If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient." Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Bing said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her." Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him. A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order Origin King realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai, who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing Er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so," Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted. "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man, and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath before speaking out in a deep voice, "Binger, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked toward Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive." The city lord master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luo Bing, and the city lord master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the city lord master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson. A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people try to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak. What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you. Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai Hu sneered. "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled. "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right. We're all willing to testify for the city master. Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up," Chai Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment before Yu Er's voice rang out from behind the red veil. "I am willing." "What?" Chai Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, He was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai Hu had said. After all, Chai Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chai Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted. This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do. That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young Lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know and stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai Hu continued to nag. It's impossible for Fifth Sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, It must be Big Brother, Second Brother, and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. You're really sinister, old man. You actually used Big Brother and Second Brother to force Fifth Sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, You dare to go back on your word? Chai Hu sneered. What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take Fifth Sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, Wait, are you going to let her go or not? Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai Hu's face as he shouted, Fifth Sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked toward Chai Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice. Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to... Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out. Fifth Sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City." Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai-Hu's side and stood there. "Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave?" Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. "Where there's a will, there's a way," Chai-Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. "This king feels that it's better for you to stay." Chai-Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai-Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai-Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai-Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister!" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai-Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from Origin Energy. It carried a pure, demonic Yuan Qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic Yuan Qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary. It was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few City Lord's mansion guards nodded their heads before taking action to seal Chai-Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai-Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai-Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai-Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai, who caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai-Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai-Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? Binger, what nonsense are you making? Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him. Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, Benefactor? Luo Bing replied, That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me. Yesterday? Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you? Luo Bing shook her head. I'll explain everything to Father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go. Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. Little Sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the City Lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient. Luo Bing shook her head and said, Then let him go now. A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest. Chiu Yu nodded. I'll obey the master's orders. As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai-Hu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart? Luo Jin sneered. This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite. A guest at the side shouted out, City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable. That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai-Hu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring. Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king. After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer. Today he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves Sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves Sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury. That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves Sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves Sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai Hu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves Sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiuyu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves Sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves Sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is Your Excellency also from Thousand Leaves Sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves Sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves Sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address Your Excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that. Instead, focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai, High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven Sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven Sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom. This was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Xianxia say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Xianxia. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions. As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Xianxia a lesson if Xianxia continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia smiled. City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like. The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Xianxia acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the City Lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the City Lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the City Lord Master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th City Lord's wife. City Lord Master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Xianxia winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king. So don't blame this king for getting angry. All right, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Xianxia took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Xianxia, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Xianxia would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. Young Master Yang, please come back. Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone. This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me. Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. That's not what I meant, it's just that. Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad? On the other side, Qiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's Mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, Little brother, help me, take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away. Impudent. Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose. While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself. Luo Jin roared out furiously. Take him down. Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Qi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. What are you all in a daze for? Attack together. Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Had they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death. Some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chaihu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor, did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Trans-Realm spatial array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, Yi. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Xianxia. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Xianxia's appearance. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead?" The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses cover the hall. The few masters from the third order Dao Source realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Xianxia appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Xianxia's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Xianxia poked his head out from behind the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principal fluctuation to appear before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in front of Xianxia suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Xianxia in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man and was a Vice City Lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Xianxia. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it. Xianxia looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Xianxia's back, his eyes flickering with thick, murderous intent. This young man named Xianxia had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Xianxia had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Xianxia had caused such commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the City Lord's mansion and kill a Vice City Lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Xianxia's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Xianxia's arm. At the same time, Monster chi surged from her delicate body, and she sent a palm strike towards Xianxia's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful!" Chaihu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yangkai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade, scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. This is the result of disobeying this king. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage, Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. "So, it was you who messed around." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao Source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered. "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai, who seemed to have realized something, struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai, who with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How's that feel?" Chai, whose face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai, who was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai Hu's face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago." How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai Hu, am the stupidest person under the heavens. As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let big brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, "Thank you. Thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done." He paused for a moment before continuing with a faint smile. "Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us." "Me?" Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father before looking at Chai, who behind her. With a sad smile, she said, "Forget about me. I have to stay by my father's side." Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, "Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore." He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai who disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you two, although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, "None of you can leave today. Activate the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtain suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from." He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. A soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. "On my arm!" The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. "This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out." A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me. It's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly before speaking out in a sinister voice. "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man shouted out, "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. "Wait." The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Xianxia asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, "That wasn't a secret technique." "It wasn't a secret technique?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Then, what method did you use to control the bride?" The middle-aged man cried out, "I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous." Xianxia stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the Thousand Leaves Sect side and said through clenched teeth, "Miss Yi, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him." Oh, hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Xianxia turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Xianxia approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Xianxia finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, her beautiful eyes shot towards Xianxia, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Xianxia for taking so long to lift her veil. Xianxia also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, "Senior, it's really you, fifth sister," Chai called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai, who, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. "Can't Senior speak?" Xianxia asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Xianxia, as though she was asking the obvious. Xianxia replied with embarrassment, "Can I move even then?" The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Xianxia's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Xianxia was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Yet, Xianxia had actually addressed her as senior. What was going on? Chai also looked towards Xianxia with a blank look on his face. He asked, "Little brother, do you know my fifth sister?" Although he had guessed that Xianxia was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the Star Boundary. Xianxia smiled and said with a strange expression, "Of course I know him. Senior Qiyu is my master mother-in-law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Xianxia blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Qiyu, before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Xianxia addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City's city lord didn't know about this, and even wanted to take her as his concubine. After understanding this point, many of the cultivators who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Qiyu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Chihu, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Qiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Qiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order Origin Kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yin and the stone mongoose Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yin by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast, and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Qiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hin asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Qiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Chaihu was also shocked and looked at Qiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister, she has a son?" Qiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Qiyu has an adopted daughter. An adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Chaihu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chaihu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Qiyu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Qiyu's white and tender wrist before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Qiyu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Qi was extremely curious as to exactly what Yangkai had experienced in such a short period of time to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Qi Yu was secretly shocked, Yangkai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yangkai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of seal." Hearing that, Qi Yu continuously shot glances at Yangkai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man and felt that it was impossible for Yangkai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yangkai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yangkai was. However, even with Yangkai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yangkai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yangkai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yangkai seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Qi Yu's abdomen and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yangkai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." "So it really is a puppet sprout?" Yangkai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout." The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me!" Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered. "Your IQ is so low, Heis." Yangkai laughed. "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." "Trash!" Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yangkai. "So what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the City Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh and hope that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up!" Yangkai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jinghan chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, It was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Xianxia's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Xianxia's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Xianxia hurriedly immersed himself in searching through a space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. "Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Dao Source grade or above? Lend it to me." Xianxia suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Xianxia, he said, "This dude just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This dude naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yihan." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as Master of the City is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god, this pill furnace seems to be Dao Source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao Source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Xianxia. High Heaven Sect's Xianxia. Xianxia. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Xianxia had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Chiyu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Chiyu turned her head and glared at Xianxia with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down. This brat had no other choice." Xianxia laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chaihu stared at Chiyu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now." Chiyu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Qiyu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze toward Chai Hu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Qiyu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Qiyu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible. This is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct. How could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early. Ha ha ha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Qiyu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Qiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him, and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai, who would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. "Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten." Luo Jin looked at Qiyu and said indifferently, "Little you." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Qiyu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Qiyu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog, you imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today, he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Qiyu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao source realm after coming to the star boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Xianxia wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao source realm. So how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Gue Zhu and the others? Xianxia asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Xianxia nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai Hu, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others? Xianxia smiled upon hearing that. Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them? Chai Hu gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. Could it be that he's also? Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai Hu immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, I've been disrespectful. Clearly, Chai Hu knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the star territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Xianxia was also from the star boundary and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Xianxia. With a smile, Xianxia replied, Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao? Xiao. Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you? Xianxia's heart sank as he replied, I haven't found it. We haven't seen it, either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao isn't with you. Xianxia felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the star territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Xianxia was most worried about Xiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him. You don't need to be too worried. Although Xiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger, even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day. Xianxia nodded. I hope so. The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, Since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off. How about it? Crimson Moon replied furiously, Old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion. Luo Jin replied, Little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper. Crimson Moon sneered, That depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable toward a despicable person like you? Luo Jin snorted coldly. This king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite. Xianxia gave a hearty laugh. I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action. Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, A dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Tao Source Realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "A spirit array?" With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yang Kai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source chi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Chi Yu felt their shoulders sink as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yang Kai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yang Kai and the others completely off guard. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today he had helped Yang Kai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin and completely falling out with the City Lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yang Kai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the City Lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. "Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together." Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. "We have to save young Master Yang." Du Xian replied, "That's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang." Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. "You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator." Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. "You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't, even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him." Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the City Lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha ha! Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this king's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please?" The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Tao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Xianxia's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-seeking Pavilion's Wuxia is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sex Yuan Mo can't stand by and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison, Please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you. As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Wuxia said. Then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Zheng said, What I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Mu Zheng said, Then who will do it? Yuan Mo of the Soul Snatching Sword Sect said, Since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it. When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, Since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then, he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai, you couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy. But no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, If you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope. Chaihu chimed in. That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us. Ha ha, you still want to leave in this state? Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule before looking at Qi Yu and saying, Rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake. At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities? Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, You're still so arrogant, even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life. As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, He did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai Hu, while excluding Chi Yu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, "A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." As his words rang out, his figure flashed, before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source Realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tigers? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, "Since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys." As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the city Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem, unless a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come. Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. "Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written." He smiled coldly. "Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open." Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Yang Kai's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife, to kill someone, and intimidate the guest that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside Soul, snatching sword sex Yuan Mo, appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. He hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Yang Kai's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master, Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses?" Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, it's me, it's all me. I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses." Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again?" Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "It's City Lord Master. He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life." Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Trash!" Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Xianxia retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Xianxia turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly. "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Xianxia replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Xianxia's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Xianxia had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm Master from the first-order Dao Source Realm. So he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm, who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Xianxia. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded. "Many thanks." At this moment, Xianxia stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother." "Sure." Xianxia smiled and said, "Then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food?" The old man with the surname Ku replied, "I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch." Xianxia sighed, "Old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you. So why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell?" The old man with the surname narrowed his eyes and said, "Young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right?" It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Xianxia's identity. During this period of time, Xianxia's name had spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Xianxia's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Xianxia. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Xianxia had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, They share the same name, second-order Tao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Tao of alchemy. Other than that Grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning. You really are one. Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Xianxia had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname, Ke, continued. This old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the city lord's master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here? Xianxia smiled. Give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the city lord's master wants to marry your mother-in-law, master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master? The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth. Sorry. Xianxia had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, what if the city lord's master wants to marry your wife? The old man with the surname, Ke's body shook as his aura surged. Impudent. Xianxia sneered. He's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it, yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law? Master? Luo Jin replied in anger. Master Ke, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first. The old man with the surname, Ke, replied. All right. Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man, surnamed Ke, flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is sealed within that Heaven's Thunder token. Don't take it head-on, Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson. Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that great elder Ke is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind. Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. What do you know? Scram! As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Xianxia from a distance. Xianxia felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Xianxia could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Xianxia. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. Banish. At the critical moment, Xianxia roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the Heaven's Thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Xianxia completely unharmed. What? Ku Tian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the Heaven's Thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the Heaven's Thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the Heaven's Thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire great hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Cultivation had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the Jade Scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Cultivation let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Cultivation wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your eyes are unfocused. Your lips are cracked. Your tongue is burnt. Your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity. Chiu is filled with grief and indignation. So, this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side, and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young master, the old man who was holding Chiu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Chiu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, they had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Chiu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the Palace Master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The Myriad's sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad's sword phantoms, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. An emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the emperor intent pulsating from the Myriad's sword, his entire body began to tremble. Under that terrifying emperor intent, his cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. Asterisk pu. Asterisk blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a series of rumbling sounds, the entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad's sword in his hand. Sword Qi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Xiaoyu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Xiaoyu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Xiaoyu's life at any moment. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Katian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the two of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered. "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Kutian. "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed the deal with Kutian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Kutian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Kutian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Katian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had only been able to scare off the 2 elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Xiaoyu had not been severely injured, the 2 elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Kutian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bullshit! Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yang Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as his figure flashed. Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Ku Tian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft poochie sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered. "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad's sword stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't! Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father. Big brother Bing begs you, don't kill my father." She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chai-Hu looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. Without exception, these three people all had cultivations in the First Order Dao Source Realm. When the three of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the three of them, Chai-Hu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the three of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chai-Hu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chi-Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. "Fourth brother, you're being silly." The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Chi-Yu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The three of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the three were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Secmaster," Gue Zhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Secmaster Yang boy." Gu Yun and President AI-O were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my three brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the three's expressions turned serious, and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order Origin King when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years, he would already be ahead of them? Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Chi-Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word death was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The three were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Gui Zhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. Seniors, are you in good health? Xianxia asked. Gui Zhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sectmaster. We're doing well." Xianxia could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the three of them were only in the First Order Tao Source Realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first, Red Moon suggested. Gui Zhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the Third Order Tao Source Realm. "I'll gladly accept it." While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. "Don't come over." Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Xianxia. "Young Master Yang, I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word." Xianxia shot a cold glance at him before extending his hand to stop Gui Zhu's actions. Although Gui Zhu didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chaihu gulped as he spoke out. "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Gui Zhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chaihu with strange expressions. Chaihu replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Chiyu pursed her lips into a smile. "What fourth brother says is right." Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Xianxia suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Xianxia in shock. After being struck by Xianxia's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source qi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Tao Source Realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor Realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. "You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter." Xianxia snorted coldly as he shouted towards Gui Zhu and the others. "Let's go." As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Xianxia. Gui Zhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, she, Du Xian, and the others hurriedly followed after them. The City Lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Xianxia and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Xianxia and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Xianxia and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Xianxia learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the Starlight Corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well, and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Xianxia. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Xianxia, let alone Lu Yin and Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the Homestar territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order Origin King's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, and there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beast body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai Hu. Although Chai Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Gui Zhu and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, what they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Chapter 23:19. Hearing Yang Kai's question, a sliver of sadness flashed across Chai Hu's face, while Gui Zhu and the others also had looks of shame on their faces. Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Extending his hand toward Chai Hu, he said, "Excuse me." As he said that, he placed his hand on Chai Hu's wrist and released his source chi to investigate. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chai Hu. Has Senior Chai's cultivation dropped? He could sense the existence of source chi within Chai Hu's body. That was simply impossible. After all, With Chaihu's third-order origin king cultivation, the energy within his body was still at the Saint Chi stage. Only after reaching the Tao Source realm would it start to transform into Source Chi. However, that wasn't the case. There were indeed traces of Source Chi within Chaihu's body. There was only one explanation for this. Chaihu was once at the Tao Source realm, and the energy within his body had transformed into Source Chi. However, for some unknown reason, his cultivation had dropped. Chaihu gave a bitter laugh. Little brother's words are correct. Guizhu also gave a heavy sigh. Half a year ago, when we went out to train, we encountered a group of 11th Order monster beasts. We were outnumbered and had to flee. In order to stall for time, fourth brother stayed behind. In a moment of carelessness, he was seriously injured. Dantian was also injured, and after returning to recuperate for a period of time, he ended up like this. One of fourth brother's eyes was also destroyed in that battle. Qiyu said with a look of self-blame. If we had stayed behind, this might not have happened. Although Gu, Songyun, and Ai didn't say anything, their faces were filled with guilt. Clearly, they were unable to let go of this matter. They felt that they had a huge responsibility for Chaihu's misfortune. A drop in a cultivator's cultivation was definitely not a small matter, as once it fell, it was possible that one would never be able to raise it again. From then on, one's martial Dao would be stagnant. For a cultivator who pursued a higher realm, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, it was a punishment worse than death. Seeing their desolate expressions, Chaihu said, "Why are all of you showing such expressions? You're making it seem like I'm about to die. It's just a temporary drop in my cultivation. It's not like I won't be able to regain it." Although he had an optimistic look on his face, who didn't know how slim the chances of him regaining his cultivation was. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Senior Yin, does the Dantian feel any pain when you use your power in the past 6 months?" Chaihu was stunned. He didn't know why Xianxia asked this, but he still answered honestly, occasionally. After all, my Dantian was indeed injured in the battle half a year ago. There should be some sequelae. Xianxia nodded and said, "When you circulate your strength, do you feel any blockages?" "Not bad. Sometimes my meridians will swell and hurt, causing the circulation of my energy to become sluggish," Chaihu said with some admiration. Xianxia was one level higher than him. However, the fact that he was able to grasp his situation with just a simple inspection showed how powerful his divine sense was. Qiyu's expression changed as she looked at Xianxia expectantly. "Did you discover something?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and withdrew his hand, saying, "Senior Yan's condition may not be due to the Dantian's injury." "Then what is it?" Chaihu immediately opened his eyes wide. Everyone else also looked curiously at Xianxia, wanting to know exactly what he meant. "Senior Yin, can you lift up your clothes and let me see your lower abdomen?" Xianxia didn't answer, but asked instead. Chaihu nodded and raised his hand to lift up his clothes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Qiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, turn around." Qiyu curled her lips in disdain, saying, "What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant." Chaihu's face was covered in sweat as he said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Chiyu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted. "Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action." Okay. I'll do it myself." Chaihu was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. What's this?" Qiyu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chaihu's Dantian. "What?" Chaihu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. "You don't know about this, old five?" Guizhu looked at Chai Hu in astonishment. Chai Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chi Yu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, "How long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad." Chai Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I'll take a shower in a while, Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side. Sure enough, hearing his words, Ai immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, "Young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us." Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries." "Then what's the cause?" Everyone asked in unison. "He's poisoned," Yang Kai replied. Chai, who was stunned, and said in astonishment, "Poisoned? How did I get poisoned?" He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, "Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider?" Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise. "How did you know?" Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, "Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" Chai Hu said, "I bit one to death." Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, "There were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death." "That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it." Ai gave a cold snort, saying, "I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking." Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, "Born beautiful." Chi Yu gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years." Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged, "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the Star Realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Chi Yu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen." Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gui Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gui Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years, and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on this ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves mountain range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice. "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Gui Zhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Gui Zhu and the others turned to look at him with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Tao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Yang Kai immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted. "You dare." While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect. We dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards Yang Kai and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi." He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. "Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This he can't thank you enough," Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sect Master Yi is too polite. Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third-order Tao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third-order Tao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master, Shi Songying. The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow. instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Xianxia could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Xianxia was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yihen tried to smooth things over. Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude. Xianxia did not mind too much and simply cupped his fist with a smile. However, Xianxia had no intention of giving him any face and simply snorted coldly. Turning his head to look at Yihen, "Master, this old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect Master, you must have become muddle-headed." These words not only belittled Xianxia, but also scolded Yihen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yihen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Xianxia to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Xianxia, making it impossible for him to step down. Xianxia continued, "What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young Palace Master Chiu was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen?" Yihen frowned. "Brother Shi, it's not like what you said. There are some reasons," Xianxia said. "This old master understands the whole story, so there's no need for Sect Master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine, so what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect Master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them." Yihen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gue Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Xianxia with a pair of ghastly eyes. "From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my 5th sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed but proud of it?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. "Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the City Lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense." Chi was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded. "Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others?" Xianxia became furious when he heard this, and the source Chi in his body suddenly surged. Chiu, a cultivator of the First Order Dao Source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Xianxia inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Xianxia looking at him with a smile. Xianxia frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, "This old master is a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master." At this moment, Xianxia also understood why this Xianxia was so hostile and repulsive towards them, even though they had only met for the first time. Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future. Gui Zhu snickered. If you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Ai, and Chi Yu immediately glared at him and said in unison, Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old? Gui Zhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, Pretend I didn't say anything. Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shi Songying's old face to turn green and red. The source chi in his body surged, and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Ku Tian had died at Yang Kai's hands, and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen. Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sect's vice sect master? Yi Hen quickly said, Brother Shi, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he's our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way. You, Shirtsong glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself. Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shirtsong had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, Young Master Yang. Just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you, Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect to help them repair the world-crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Chi Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Shi Songying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Hen said, If Vice Sect Master Shi thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive. Yang Kai said, What if even I can't do anything about this matter? Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, Time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best. All right, then this young master will try his best, Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, Young Master Yang, are you going to stay? Yi Hen laughed heartily. Silly girl, why are you still asking? Saying so, he stepped aside and said, Young Master Yang, and everyone else, please. Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, Please follow me, Sect Master Yi. Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves Sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gui Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the Star Boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time, great emperor, rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shi Song Ing was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yi Hen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Master Yang, what's wrong? Gu Songyan didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. Before taking a deep breath and looking at Yi Hen, he asked, Master Yi, these guards are all puppets? What? Chi Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling. But after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yi Hen smiled. These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone. Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. Puppets are also divided into grades. Yi Hen replied, Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets. Chi Yu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, How strong can they be? Yi Hen replied solemnly, The strongest can be in the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st Order Dao Source realm. A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd Order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st Order Dao Source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source realm opponent. Gu Zhu said with a look of shock, Your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are. Yi Hen said sadly, Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse. This way, please. Yihin quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yihin into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yihin sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Qiyu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Xianxia turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Xianxia and Zhang Ruo, she had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruo, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruo, she had become a completely different person. Although Xianxia had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Xianxia was, the more help she would be to him. So naturally, he hoped that Xianxia could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Xianxia frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious, extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shi Songying. Although Xianxia and Shi Songying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shi Songying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Xianxia's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shi Songying had no chance of winning. "Then I'll have to trouble elder Sister Hua." Yang Kai grinned. Xianxia glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, "Ever since I handed the soul brand to you, Elder Sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat Elder Sister Hua better in the future. Elder Sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me." Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes. looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. "Elder Sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure." Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. "Young Master Yang, you already have Elder Sister Hua and Lu Yin, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them?" Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, "Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you." Hua Qingxi giggled, and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do? Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Don't tell me you're going to look for her." Hua Qingxi replied, "Don't worry, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here. I'm going to find a room to meditate." Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide, disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Chi Yu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. "Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned?" Chi Yu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, "Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized." Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "After neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king." Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued, "However, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover." Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Young Master Yang means to say that I can still recover to my previous state?" Yang Kai replied, "Naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover." Gue Zhu asked nervously, "Are you sure, Sect Master?" With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "Why would I joke about such a matter? That's great." Chi Yu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Chi Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak, approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shi Tsang-ing stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke. "You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall?" The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master, "That is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days?" "No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here?" Shi Tsang-ing asked again. The disciple replied, "This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However, what? However, I've heard that guy called Xianxia is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster." This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy. A glint flashed across Shi Tsang-ying's eyes as he nodded lightly. That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much to the point of disregarding this old master's face? The disciple asked, "Is it possible that little brat, surnamed Yang, still has extraordinary treasure pills on him?" He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Shi Tsang-ying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Xianxia truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shi Tsang-ying himself. Thinking about it, Shi Tsang-ying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. "Vice Sect Master, there's another matter." The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shi Tsang-ing remain silent for a long time. "What is it?" Shi Tsang-ing asked. "I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect." Shi Tsang-ying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details. Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately." Shi Tsang-ying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves Sect, Thousand Leaves Sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves Sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. One was enough. Xianxia was truly happy for Chi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Xianxia was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Xianxia waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang, come in and talk." Xianxia invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Xianxia gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Xianxia seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Xianxia said, Please lead the way, Miss Yi. Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to? Yang Kai replied, What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations? No, no, no. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang. As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction. So, it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm will be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack! Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Xianxia's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array-based platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array-based platform, Yangkai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world, the foundation of Thousand Leaves Sect's prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had declined. Yangkai waved his hand, and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yangkai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array-based platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array-based platform, but it was not a natural problem, but a man-made one. Yangkai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array-based platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yangkai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves Sect could not even control those earth-grade puppets and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array-based platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array-based platform and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, this sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques? This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained Emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yangkai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third-order Tao source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third-order Tao source realm. For the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the Emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Xianxia searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Xianxia purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Xianxia was worried that the emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Xianxia stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Xianxia keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago. But in any case, Xianxia felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sect disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Xianxia hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world chi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well. So it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Xianxia couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source chi, Xianxia felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Xianxia felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange, shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light. illuminating everything in this cave. Xianxia's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Xianxia looked at him for a while and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array base platform of the sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Xianxia didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Xianxia wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array base platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Xianxia didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect Senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Xianxia walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Xianxia's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in the space ring? If Xianxia's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. That stench was obviously the Corpse King's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Xianxia didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source qi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source qi on the surface of Xianxia's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile!" Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Xianxia's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the Corpse King quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Xianxia wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight, as Xianxia knew that he was no match for the Corpse King. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the irate base platform of the sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of Space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the Corpse King to kill him 100 times over. This was a Corpse King transformed from the corpse of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know how strong he was. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The Corpse King's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Xianxia, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his Myriad Sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, "Myriad Sword, one man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the Myriad Sword. Xianxia had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtains spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Xianxia. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Xianxia. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the Corpse King's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Xianxia had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Xianxia feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Tao Source Realm Cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. "I'll die." This inexplicable thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Xianxia forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's Emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Xianxia's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Xianxia landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Xianxia knew that this Corpse King was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Xianxia feel a little relieved was that after the Corpse King sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker, and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Xianxia was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the Corpse King and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Xianxia also paid close attention to the Corpse King's movements. He found that after the Corpse King left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Xianxia also noticed something strange. That was this 10,000-year corpse king didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Xianxia puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years. So why couldn't this corpse king who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the arrayed diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Xianxia hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Chapter 23:33. Xianxia immediately knew that Yicheng didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yicheng wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Xianxia still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yicheng had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Xianxia didn't show it and simply took the ring. "Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi." "Very good, very good." Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yicheng was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yicheng didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Xianxia. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yin beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yin was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yicheng's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Xianxia. Yicheng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yicheng seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yicheng said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Xianxia's face darkened. Yicheng's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yicheng wanted to give him some benefits, Yicheng didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yicheng was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Xianxia couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Xianxia, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves Sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yicheng. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yicheng hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yihen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yicheng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yicheng suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yicheng was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yicheng sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. Because Yicheng said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yicheng had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yicheng. Since Yicheng took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yin, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yin said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it, because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge, to hurt slightly. Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yicheng mentioned. Could it be the stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several Emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine anymore. Lu Yin was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't!" Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yin had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yin couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yin could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yin in. How can this be? Xianxia didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Xianxia's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Xianxia withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Xianxia at all. Molten memory gold? Xianxia's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. Chapter 2335. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, Forget about city Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat, surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master, Kutian, have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion? From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruanhongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruanhongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Xianxia, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruanhongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Xianxia as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention? He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor Realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly, because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor Realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Xiuzhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, My son, Chiu Yu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This Sikh came here to invite him to my sky illumination palace as a guest for a few days and teach Xianxia how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi. His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Xianxia had been severely injured by Xianxia in the City Lord's mansion that day. But if that was all, why would Xianxia come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter, as long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect. The prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Xianxia, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yi Hen. They did not know what the relationship between Xianxia and Yi Hen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yi Hen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master, a second-order Dao Source Realm old man, called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Xianxia had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yi Hen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master, Thousand Leaves sect's Vice Sect Master Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat, surnamed Yang, has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the City Lord Mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Cultivation was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions." This sure asks Sect Master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with, so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation. Xianxia smiled. Vice Sect Master sure is indeed sensible. Very good, very good. Xianxia smiled. Heaven is watching what people do. This sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Qiu is too kind. Yi Hen coldly said, "Brother Sure, this he said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Sure, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. "Sect Master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone. Besides, sure, Xianxia, only Yi Jinghan knew that Xianxia had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, So Xianxia did not know why Yi Hen wanted to protect Yangkai. Seeing Yi Hen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Xianxia if Xianxia dared to say anything more, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yi Hen was not such an overbearing existence. Yi Hen was old, and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Xianxia over the years. Logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully weighed everything Xianxia said. Even if he opposed Xianxia, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yi Hen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Xianxia instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yi Hen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, Yi Hen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Xianxia was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yi Hen and Xianxia. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction, being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes. Xianxia naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Fine, since Sect Master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this for not treating you as the Sect Master." Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Xianxia smiled. "That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect." The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Xiaozhe smiled at Xianxia and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Xianxia as Sect Master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Xianxia returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This is only thinking for the sake of the sect. Unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Xiaozhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under Sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Xianxia smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Xianxia, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shi Tsang sneered. I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This Shi has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me. Yihen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shi Tsang, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiuzhe nodded in satisfaction. Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time. Of course, Shi Tsang smiled faintly. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. Look, they're here. Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yihen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Shi Tsang's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yihen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shi Tsang also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and was about 50 years old. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Luyan shook her head and said, There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me. Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Luyan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Luyan's soul. But now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Luyan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. I also have a childhood. Luyan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Luyan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, Then I'll accept it. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Luyan could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Luyan was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Luyan, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Luyan could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Luyan also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, She was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yin had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yin, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. On the other side, Yi Hin's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hin's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye? If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang." If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. Yes, father. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the City Lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today, in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? The faces of Yi Hin and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array-based platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects. Xianxia let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, there were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Xianxia could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Xianxia fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic chi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array-based platform. Xianxia and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Xianxia's solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Xianxia, fearing that Xianxia would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Xianxia had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Xianxia was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then, Xianxia suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet! Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves sex heaven grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yi Hen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves sex secret arts and secret techniques have been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven grade puppets. Even the Earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yi Hen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yi Hen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yin, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect was truly saved. Xianxia raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yin was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yin could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Xianxia could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Xianxia had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hin in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hin, hoping that Yi Hin would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yin turned to look at Yi Hin and asked for his opinion. Yi Hin's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Xianxia was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, Sect Master." Yi Hin slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yin, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Xianxia had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hin would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Xianxia was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hin had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Xianxia go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Xianxia had to die. Lu Yin gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Xianxia. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Xianxia's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yin formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hin turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Xianxia's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hin feel fortunate was that Xianxia returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father, Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fist towards Yang Kai. Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness. Yang Kai smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. While they were talking, he glanced at the four symbols' heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the four symbols' heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Chiu and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the four symbols' heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sex matters. Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sex matters. Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Chi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Chi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Song Ying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Chi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Chi Yu looked at Lu Yin blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yin was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yin's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yin, Chi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yin, but Lu Yin directly stood up and bowed. Master's servant. Lu Yin greets Master. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world-crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly ho! Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly ho before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th-order monster beast. But at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly ho. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips. "Little white is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. Well done. He had been thinking about how to ask Yihen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yihen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's? Wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiao Qi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao, Hey Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger, this is another one." "Huh?" Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, "The 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master, if I push myself to the limit," Lu Yan answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yan thought for a while, then said, "There is." After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them." Chapter 2350. Yihen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this, and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, Perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor Realm by now. Xianxia flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yihen. This spirit pill should be of some help to sect master Yi. This is... Yihen looked at Xianxia suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him. But he obviously knew that Xianxia was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yihen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yihen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this?" Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way. So this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Xianxia could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill. So how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Xianxia asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Yihen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill?" Xianxia looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yihen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Even those in the Emperor Realm couldn't obtain them. Yihen knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yihen to look for them. Many from the Emperor Realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yihen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill in front of Yihen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Strictly speaking, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, Yihen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it.